the top half and the bottom half. Then you're going to bowl 2 more. All your pinfall is dropping, so there is no advantage for having pinfall. Then you're going to drop again. You're going to go to the loser's bracket, cut that in half. Loser's bracket, winner's bracket. You're going to bowl 2 more. Then we're going to get to the top 4. You're going to bowl step ladder. If you are the number 1 seed, you have to be beaten twice tonight in the step ladder finals. So if you're the 1 seed and you lose your first match, then you get to have another game, another try at it. Okay? Any questions? Yes, we will guide you as the night goes on, okay? I promise. So what you want to do is you want to be the top half, and as soon as we get back over there after your practice, we'll tell you how many boys, how many girls are going to go in the first round, okay? Everyone's going 6 games. You are moving to the right within your division. So the boys are going to come right down to here. The girls are going to come right to here. U12, you're only switching between those 2 pairs right there. Okay. Yeah, so you guys are going to go there. So you guys, when you finish your first game, we're going to go right there where Corey is. Okay? Now, the pattern is not, you have not bowled on it. You've never thrown a bowling ball on it. Okay? Everybody ready to do some bowling? Why? We expect that you guys, we've given you the practice patterns all year long, so you guys should be able to figure this out pretty quick, whether you need some surface and get the bowling. Okay? Everybody ready? All right, your lanes are going to get turned on for 12 minutes of practice because some of you have 5 people on up here.
Okay, welcome to the 2016 Junior Gold Players Championship, the first of its kind. This is the first year we've had this tournament. Hopefully it's successful and we'll continue this every year. This is our last tournament before we go off to Junior Gold Nationals in July. We're Buffalo Lane South, and I do not know what the pattern is. Okay, we're done with practice. We're going to get started with the 2016 Players Championship. On this pair, we've got 4 bowlers, 4 boys. We've got J.C. Gunther, Joseph Romano, Dalton Green, and Nick Senzaprano, I believe. We're going to have a boys, girls, and U12 division, just like normal. And they're going to be bowling 6 games before we get into the finals. All right, I was doing a little updating. Sorry about that. We're going to get into some play-by-play and some scores here. As Dalton Green steps up on lane 28. And Dalton throws a good ball. Down and in, crushes the pocket. Nick Senzaprano lines up with his left foot hanging off the back of the approach. He throws his ball, and he strikes. Destroys the pocket. He throws his strike ball 20 miles an hour. Now, it's relatively impressive. It's more impressive because with our scoring system and most normal bowling center scoring systems, the speed gives you the speed at the end of the lane, unlike what you see on PBA. PBA actually gives you the speed off their hand, so it's usually a little faster than what you would see in your local bowling center. So with that said, Nick Senzaprano manages to keep it at 20 miles an hour at 50 feet down the lane. As Joseph Romano strikes, J.C. Gunther steps up for a spare shot. J.C. spares. That'll bring Nick Senzaprano on the right and Dalton Green on the left side. Nick Senzaprano is working off of 2 strikes here. He's going to look to make it a turkey. Oh, Nick gets a trip 7 there. Head pin hit off the sidewall all the way across the lane and gets the 7 for a turkey. As Dalton Green walks down the approach, he pulls his, goes Brooklyn, but carries. That's a double for him. JC Gunter looking to bounce back. He goes light, leaves a 2. And Joseph Romano throws his ball. He comes up a little to the right, leaves the 1-2-8. JC steps up to cover. Looks like he took care of it. He did. He'll spare. That's 2 spares in a row for him, giving him a 44, possible 54 in the 4th frame. Joseph chops off his spare, hits the 1-2, but doesn't get the 8. That'll give him a 57 in the 4th. Dalton throws another ball. Hits the pocket, but it's flat. Leaves the 8-10. That's a rough leave, even for a flat. Nick winds up getting his left, leaves the 1-3-6. And Dalton almost covers, takes out the 8, just barely misses the 10. That'll put him at 65 in the 4th. As Nick throws at his spare, he covers, giving him a nice 87, possible 97 in the 4th frame. And Joseph Romano comes up high, leaving the 6-10. JC Gunter looks to get a strike here. Comes up light, leaves the 5-8. And Joseph Romano throws at his spare. Chops it, hits the 10. Misses the 6.
Just wanted to remind everybody that today is Melissa's birthday, so make sure you wish her a happy birthday. And if you haven't noticed by now, there's a bunch of cake up here. Anybody in
A
the
nice
bowling
spare
center,
for
if you would
JC
like a
Gunter,
piece of cake, please
putting
come
him
and
at
get
61,
a piece of
possible
cake.
71 in the 5th frame.
Thank you.
Big shot for Nick here. Comes up high, but he carries. That much speed and power, sometimes you carry everything. Nice shot for Dalton. Leaves a flat 10 though. And JC Gunter goes high. Brooklyn trips out the 6 pin for a nice strike. As Dalton throws at his 10 pin. Bounces it on the lane. Still manages to get it. Dalton Green throws, comes up light, leaves part of the bucket, the 2-4-5 as Joseph throws his strike ball. Definitely pulls it. Goes Brooklyn, leaving the 5 pin. Dalton throwing at that 2-4-5. Looks good. He takes care of it.
Bridge, shoulders ready.
Joseph throws it his 5-pin. Covers that. Puts him at 76, possible 86 in the 6th. And Nixon Zaprano strikes again. He is crushing it. All right, so I kind of have the format here. It's a new format, something Melissa and Christy created, trying to liven things up, change things up a little bit, as Joseph Romano leaves a flat 10 there. They're going to bowl 6 games in each division. So for the boys and girls, after 2 games, they're going to cut the field in half. And our top half, so our top 11 boys, will be in the winners tier after 2 games. Bottom half will be in the losers tier after 2 games. For the girls, it'll be they have 14, so it's going to be the top 7 in the winners tier and the bottom 7 in the losers tier. I didn't make these terms up. This is straight from Melissa. I take no blame for calling them losers. So, after 2 games, we're going to have a winners tier and a losers tier. They're going to bowl 2 more games. All your pinfall drops after each 2 games. So, in their next 2 games, we'll do the same thing. We'll cut the field in half, but the top 2 in the losers bracket will move up into the winners bracket. Same thing after the next 2 games. And so we have a top 4, boys and girls. Those top 4 will bowl a step ladder finals. And the number 1 seed for the boys and girls has to be beaten twice to lose. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but that's what I was told. Now for the U12, we're going to drop their pinfall after 4 games, so not after 2. So after 4 games, there's only 6 U12. After 4 games, we're going to cut the field in half. 3 in the winners bracket, 3 in the losers bracket. They're going to bowl 2 more games, and then we'll do the same thing, except we'll take the top 4. If you don't understand that, that's okay, because I don't either. At the very least, what's going to happen is we're going to take the top 4 boys, top 4 girls, and top 4 U12 into a step ladder finals after 6 games. Joseph Romano steps up for his spare. And does not get it. Leaves the 4-pin. He'll have a 103 in the 8th frame. Dalton Green lines up. Throws the ball. Comes up light again. Leaves the 5-7 this time, though. He's having a rough time with the splits. The powerhouse Nixon Zaprano steps up on 27. Looking to keep this clean game going. Big strike. Dalton's going to try at this split here, the 5-7. Looks good. Got it. Nice pickup for Dalton Green. Picking up the 5-7. And JC Gunther gets way to the right. He knows it off the hand. He leaves the 1, 2, 7, 1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 9. Romano goes Brooklyn, leaves the 5, 9. As Gunther shoots at his spare. May have pulled that spare shot a little bit. He does, misses the head pin, takes out everything else. That's going to put Gunther at 153 on the night.
Don, your order's ready.
And Joseph Romano misses his spare. That's going to put him at 112 in the ninth frame. Big shot for Dalton Green. He strikes in the foundation frame. It's going to lead him with a 128, possible 148 going into the 10th. Big strike for Nixon Zambrano. It's a double for him going into the 10th. Nixon Zambrano can strike out for a 254. Gunther crosses over. He goes Brooklyn, but it's a strike. As Joseph looks to pick up his spare and on his second ball in 10th frame, he covers, puts him at 122. He'll have one more ball in the 10th. Gunther throws his second ball in 10th, strikes, trips the 10 forward. And he'll have a field ball in the 10th frame. Romano, 9 counts for his final ball in the 10th, putting him at 131 for his final for game 1. JC pulls that last shot. Going to put him at 181 for game 1. Zambrano sends his first ball in the 10th down there. He strikes. Big strike. Dalton also strikes for his first in the 10th. That's a double. He can strike out for a 178. As Nick strikes again. One more for him will put him at 254 for game 1. And I'm pretty sure that'll keep him in the lead. I don't see anyone even close to that. Dalton crosses over for his second in the 10th. And we have one more shot. Nick trips out the 10 there, shoots 254. Only had 2 spares, the rest were strikes. Big game for the big man, Nixon Zambrano. And this is his last Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Tournament. He'll still have nationals this year, but this is his last year. So he's trying to go out on top. Dalton picks up his spare. He finished for a 165. So again, Joseph Romano, game one, 131. Dalton Green, game one, 165. JC Gunther with a 181. And Nick Senzaprano finishes with a 254.
Lane was making for Brandon.
They just announced a lane reservation for Brandon. I got to go get my lane. I'm going to go bowl. This pair was one of the few pairs with 4 on a pair. There are several pairs with 5, so we're going to be waiting a couple minutes here as the pairs with 5 bowlers finishes up. They are going to be moving right after every game. So we got a couple pair in their last frame. Should be moving here in the next 10 minutes. You can still watch 31 and 32 as they finish it up.
Randy, your order's ready?
Looks like we've finally finished up game one. Everybody's moving their stuff. As soon as I know everybody that we'll have on this pair, I'll let you know. Looks like two of them are going to be Corey Curran and Aaron Carino. Also Tyler Howard, and I'm not sure who the fourth is. Our fourth looks like it's going to be Philip Boynton. Here we go into game two. Corey Curran's going to start us off on lane 27. Corey comes up a tad light, leaving the 4-5. Philip Boynton strikes.
I'll make sure I ask anybody else. What?
Corey Curran shot at the unconventional way, trying to slide the baby split together. He misses. That'll bring up Aaron Carino as Tyler Howard throws his first shot. Comes up high, leaves the 9-pin. Ball just drove straight through. Never let up. Aaron Carino throws his first shot. He comes up light. Leaves the 2-4-5. Tyler covers his spare. Aaron overhooks at the spare, only takes out the 4-pin, leaving the 2-5. It's only the first frame, though. Definitely a lot of game to recover from that missed spare. Corey comes up light again, leaves the 1-2-4-10 as Phillip pulls his, trips the 10, still leaves the 5. Corey throws and goes right through his split. He'll open again. Phillip waits for his ball. Phillip covers, and up steps Aaron Carino on 28. Light strike, trips a 7. Nice recovery from that first frame open. Tyler Howard steps up on 27. Tyler shouldn't adjust too much. Leaving a 9-pin just means the ball drove straight through the pocket. Drove straight through the pocket. Could be a little bit of a hand position, could take care of that. Although he pulls that one, goes Brooklyn, but it's a flush Brooklyn. He strikes. Going 9 spare strike to start off his game.
Ready?
Boynton throws. Comes in hot, little high, leaves the 6-pin. As Corey throws his ball, comes in light again, leaves the 1-2-4. Phillip covers. He starts his game with a strike, 9 spare, 9 spare. Corey misses right. He opens for the 3rd straight frame. Tyler throws a great ball there. Trips the 10 for another strike. He's looking really nice after 3 frames. As Aaron Carino comes up light again, leaving the 1-2-4-7. Corey looked to adjust there. Definitely moved left a little bit. Hits light pocket, mixes everything up, gets himself his first strike. Aaron Carino almost had that. Misses the head pin. Philip Boynton throws his ball, gets it way out there. Just doesn't have enough juice to get back. Leaves the 2, 4, 5. Reno tosses his ball, comes up light again, leaving the 1, 2, 8, 10. As Boynton just misses his spare. Aaron Carino tosses, takes care of his spare, the 1, 2, 8, 10. Very nice spare. Tyler Howard throws his strike ball. Gets it out there, mixes them up. That's a turkey for him. Philip Boynton winds his up, goes high, leaves the 6-10. And Corey Curran looked like he may have dropped his ball on that one. Leaves the 1, 3, 5, 7. As Philip goes after his spare, barely takes out the 10 on it, but covers. That will put him at 74, possible 84 in the 5th frame. Now, as I say scores, I know it's a little hard to keep up as I tell you the scores, but if you do want to keep up, you can go to xbowling.com, look for Buffalo Lane South, and you can see live scores. Again, go to xbowling.com or download the app, xbowling, X, the letter X, bowling, and find Buffalo Lane South and see the live scores here. Our kids are on lanes 13 through 32, and we're watching 27 and 28. Carino tosses. Looks good. Beautiful. Trips a 10 out. Nice strike for him. It's going to put him at 66, possible 86 in the 5th frame. Tyler throws his, hoping to get a handball in here. Oh, got a little wide. Probably deserved the 10 pin, but he trips the 10. Still leaves a 7. That would have been a tough break to leave a 7-10. It didn't look that bad. Philip comes up light, leaves the 2-5-8. Tyler misses his 7 pin. Some easy spare. But that's the name of the game on these sports shots. Person takes care of those spares is the one that comes out victorious. That's going to put Tyler at 107 in the 5th. As Corey Curran hits light, leaves the 2-4-5 in the 6th frame. Tyler Howard throws his. Beautiful. Almost left the 9 again, but the head pin took care of it. Corey Curran spares. Bringing Aaron Carino up on lane 28. A big strike for Aaron Carino, mixes him up. That's a double for him. Looking to jump back in this game. Corey throws his ball. Looks good. Deflected off the head pin though. Leaving the 5-10 as Phillip throws his 7th. Light hit, and he strikes. Puts him at 101 in the 6th frame. Corey throws at his split. He misses left. He'll open. It's going to bring him to 84 in the 7th frame. Tyler got that one really wide. Only leaves the 1-2-5 though. Judging by his expression, he'll take it. Aaron Carino strikes again. That one looked really good. That's a turkey for Aaron. Nice pickup for Tyler. Bringing him to 137, possible 147 in the 7th frame. Corey misses right, leaving the 1-2-9. And Phillip gets that one really wide. He knew off his hand. That's why he stepped right, leaving the 1-2-4-7. Nice pickup for Corey Kern. Phillip just misses his spare, doesn't get the 7, brings him to 129 in the 8th frame. And Aaron Carino misses right on that one. Ends his strike streak. He leaves the 1-2-4. Tyler Howard throws his ball on 27. Looks good, trips the 10. Gets that messenger over at the 10 pin. He wasn't going to be happy if he didn't get that strike. Aaron covers. Corey steps up for his 9th frame. Looks to pull it a little bit. Goes to the nose, leaves the 6-10. Phillip goes high through the nose, leaving the 3-6 as Corey throws at his spare. He misses. He'll open in the 9th. That'll put him at 110 going into the 10th frame. Phillip looks to cover here in the 9th. He does. He'll take a 139, possible 149 into the 10th. Aaron throws his 9th frame shot. Looks to be a bit wide. It is. He leaves the 5 pin. And Tyler gets this very wide. Only takes out 3 pins on the right side. Leaves the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Aaron covers in the 10th. Oh, excuse me, 9th. Putting him at 162, possible 172 in the 9th frame. Tyler Howard also covers. Trying to keep this good game alive. Puts him at 177, possible 187 in the 9th. Philip strikes for his first in the 10th. He's got a 159 now. Can strike out for a 179. As Corey Curran misses right, leaving the 1, 2, 4, 8. Oh, Philip looked like he had a strike there. Leaves a ring in 10. Corey covers. He'll have one more ball in the 10th. That's a spare for Philip Boynton. He'll finish with a 169 in game 2. Corey strikes on his fill ball. He finishes with a 130 in game 2. It looks like Aaron Carino moved a little bit, moved right. And he misses right, leaving the 1, 2. And Tyler throws his first ball in the 10th. Looks good. He strikes. That brings Tyler to 197. He can shoot 217 if he strikes out. Aaron Carino spares. He'll have a fill ball. Tyler gets really wide on that one. He 4 counts. Carino throws his fill ball. Misses right again. He's 7 counts, bringing him to 187 for game 2. Tyler spares. He'll finish with a 207 in game 2. Same thing as the last game. Our TV pair here has 4 on the pair, but we do have several pairs to the 5. So it'll be a few minutes before we get started into game 3. Now again, after 2 games, we're going to cut the boys and girls in half. We won't cut U12 in half till after game 4. But here for the boys and girls, we're going to cut the field in half. Top half our winners tier, bottom half our losers tier. All pinfall is going to drop, and then we'll cut again after 2 more games. Howard said that was his good luck charm there. I'm the reason he shot 207. I tend to believe that. I feel like I'm everybody's good luck charm. Although not everybody shot 207.
Okay, bowlers, after you get done with your second game, please turn in your recap sheets to either Melissa or Mandy or here at the registration table. Again, turn in your recap sheets.
Ben, the order's ready.
So this is going to take a couple more minutes because we got to cut the field in half. So I'm going to take a quick break from the voice. Still have the video up. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, while I've been gone, Brian Locke's been having some fun over here. Him and Tiffany Stansel. The odd-looking fellow with the hair bow in his hair is Brian Locke standing in front of the camera. Okay, I have some scores. Again, we were taking the top half. Excuse me. We were cutting the field in half. After those first 2 games, we had 14 girls, so we're going to take the top 7 into a winner's bracket and the bottom 7 girls into a loser's bracket. In first place after 2 games was Kendall Bigley at +6. Second place was Hannah Williams at -46. Third place, Nicole Tuzlin at -63. Fourth place, Kaylee Bass at -80. Tied with her was Taylor McDaniel at -80. And sixth, national champion Corey Smith at -98. Seventh place, Evie Loop at -105. Again, that's your top 7. So they're going to bowl 2 more games, and we're going to cut that field in half again, but take the top 2 in the losers portion back to the winners. It's just as confusing as it sounds. So in 8th place, down in our losers portion, was Isabel Hughes at -114. 9th place, Alyssa Paul at -116. 10th place, Alyssa Gunther at -117. 11th, Samantha Tuzlin, -124. 12th place, Emma Stoll at -128. 13th, Cheyenne Rogers at -136. And rounding out the girls was Grace Stoll at -167. Over to the boys. So we actually have 21 boys, so we'll take the top 11 to a winners. First place was Nick Senzaprano at +45. Second place, Nolan Hughes at -18. Third place, Blake Buffalo, -20. Fourth place, Sean Carson, -32. Fifth place, Brian McLeod, -44. Sixth place, Tyler Howard, -51. And tied for 7th, 8th, and 9th was Aaron Carino, Dalton Green, and Brian Locke at -52. 10th place, Philip Boynton at -53. And 11th place was Zach Sharp at -73. That's your winner's half right now, and their loser's half. Again, I didn't come up with these names, so I take no credit. 12th place, Ryan Riggs, -74. 13th place, Matthew Hannon at -76. 14th place, Joseph Romano, -77. 15th, Cody McDaniel, -87. 16th, J.C. Gunther at -95. 17th, Corey Kern at -108. 18th, Nick Penny at -110. 9th place, Brian Levine at -115. 20th, Adam Galt at -122. And tied with him in 21st was K.J. Moore at -122. I don't have U12 scores because they're going to cut the field in half after 4 games. So in front of us on our TV pair, we've got Zachary Sharp, Brian Locke, Ryan Riggs, and I'm not sure who the 4th bowler is. Oh, Philip Boynton is back on our TV pair. Ryan Riggs throws across the lane. Comes up very light. Leaves the 1, 2, 4, 6, 10. As Philip throws his second frame shot. He strikes, trips it in. He starts with a double. Ryan almost takes care of that spare. Misses the head pin, though, only takes out the 4-6. Excuse me, the 2-4, not the 4-6. And Zach Sharp steps up for his 3rd frame. Comes up light, leaves the 2-4-5. And our 2-hander, Brian Locke, gets ready for his 3rd. Ball just never turned the corner. He comes up light, leaves the 2-8. As he gives us a weird look. Brian throws at his double wood. Takes care of it. With Ryan Riggs throwing his third frame. Nice strike for Ryan Riggs. Philip Boynton goes for another strike. Takes care of it, mixes him up. That's a turkey to start his game. Philip Boynton is in 10th place right now, so he's in the winner's portion. Brian Locke steps up. He's in 9th, right above Philip. Brian Locke comes up high right there. Looked like he moved right. Looks like he's getting a little bit of over-under right now with that bowling ball choice. He leaves a 6-pin. Here comes Zach Sharp on 27. Zach Sharp is right at the bottom of the winner's half. He's in 11th place. Zach goes to the nose, trips the 6, still leaves the 10-pin though. A nice pickup for Brian Locke. His hair looks like he has a fountain on top of his head. It's an interesting choice. I like it though. Zach just misses his 10-pin. He'll open. That's going to bring him to a 61 in the 4th frame. Philip Boynton throws his ball. Strikes again. He's on fire. He knows where he's throwing it. That's a ham bone to start his 3rd game. There's Ryan Riggs, who's right out of the top 11. He's in 12th right now. Comes up high. He leaves the 3-6-10. Zach Sharp pulls his, goes Brooklyn, mixes them up, trips out the 10 for a strike. Puts him right back in this game. Ryan Riggs looks to cover his spare. Takes care of it. Brian lines up. Throws his shot. Leaves a flat 10. Comes up light. Actually, I couldn't see the other 2 pins. He washed out. Leaves the 2-8-10. Like I said, he's a little over-under with this ball. He's coming up light on this lane, and he moved on 28 earlier and came up heavy. Ryan Riggs leaves the 1-2-4-7. He takes out the 8 out of that split. Puts him at 82 in the 5th. Ryan somehow takes care of that spare. The head pin comes off the sidewall, takes out the 4. So Brian Locke comes up heavy again, goes through the nose, leaving the 3-6-10. As Phillip finally leaves another pin, leaves a 2-pin. 8 takes care of that 2-pin. Brings him to 119, possible 129 in the 5th frame. Brian covers. Zachary Sharp steps up on 27. He throws his ball and he pulls it very bad. Gets decent count though. Leaves the 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Zach Sharp just misses his spare. That's going to put him at 89 in the 6th frame. Nice shot from Ryan, but comes in a little flat, leaves a flat 10. Phillip gets that ball to come way back for a nice strike. Ryan Riggs covers his 10-pin. Brings him to an 87, possible 97 in the 6th frame. As Zach Sharp throws, he strikes. He's starting a trend here. He's striking on lane 28. Brian Locke goes to the nose. He leaves the 3-6, 9-10. Ryan throws. He comes in light, mixes him up for a strike. And Brian Locke misses right on that spare, misses the 3-pin. He opens. That'll put him at 107 in the 7th frame. Phillip Boynton pulls that one, almost strips the 6-pin. Still leaves the 6.
What's going on?
All right, I've got some U12 scores. U12
In the U12 division,
has just finished their 4th game. The leader right now is Kelsey Cummings at minus 197. Second place is Declan Mitchell at minus 207. Third place is Isabella Romano at minus 289. So again, in the U12, after 4 games, which that was their 4th game, we were taking the top half into a winners division and the bottom half into a losers division. So in 4th place in the losers division is John Clinton at minus 332. 5th place is Caitlin Stoll at minus 350, and sixth place is Chris Bald at minus 367. So after that fourth game, we're dropping the pinfall, and they're going to bowl 2 more games, and we're going to cut the field in half. So we'll take the top 2 in the U12. Sorry, I paused. I had to think about it. It's a lot of thinking here. The top 2 in the U12, and then we'll take 2 from the losers bracket of the U12 back into the winners for a 4-person step ladder final. I believe that's right. If it isn't, I apologize, but I think it's pretty close. As Philip Boynton strikes, he's having a monstrous game here. Ryan Riggs comes up light, almost trips the 2 out, but still leaves the 2 pin. He'll have to shoot at the 2 here in the 8th frame. And Ryan tosses at his spare. He misses. He pulled it, hooks right past it. That's going to bring him to 125 in the 8th frame. And again, Ryan's fighting to get into that top winners bracket after the next 2 games. Because again, we're going to take the top half of the winners bracket and take 2 bowlers from the losers back into the winners. If that makes sense. And Brian Locke goes high, flush on 27 there. Trips out the 9, but leaves the 2 pin. Oh, the 4 pin, excuse me. As Ryan Riggs leaves the 3, 6, 10. And Brian covers his spare in his 9th frame, bringing him to 136, possible 146 going into the 10th. As Ryan Riggs also spares in the 9th, bringing him to 135, possible 145 in the 9th frame. Philip Boynton steps up for his 9th frame shot. Looks like he might have pulled a little bit. Goes Brooklyn, leaves the 5 pin. Again, if you want live scores, you can go to X Bowling, search for Buffalo Lane South, and you can see live scores. Right now we're watching lanes 27 and 28, and all of our kids are on 13 through 32. Philip covers in his 9th frame, bringing him to 199, possible 209 in the 9th frame. Brian Locke spares. He'll have 1 more ball in the 10th. He's at 153 now. He can strike here for a 163. As Zachary Sharp throws his first in the 10th. And he goes for the nose, leaves the 3, 6. Brian comes high again. He'll 6 count for his final ball. He finishes with a 159 in game 3. Zach Sharp just misses his spare, pulls it. He'll finish with a 157 in game 3. Philip Boynton throws his ball, trying to finish off this good game. He goes high, leaves a 6 pin. Phillip throws. Takes care of that. That'll put him at 218. He can strike one more time for a 228. Ryan Riggs strikes for his first ball in the 10th as Phillip goes across the lane. He 8 counts. He'll finish with a 226. Nice game for Phillip Boynton, trying to stay in the winner's half. Ryan throws his second ball in the 10th. He's playing a very deep line, but it's working out. That's a double for him in the 10th. Puts him at 165. He can strike one more time for a 175. And Ryan Riggs is trying to be that top 2 in the losers to get right back into the winner's bracket. Looks like another good ball for Ryan. Goes high, leaves a 4-pin. Commentator's jinx. I said it looked good. He finishes with 174 in game 3. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? You hear me? You can. I know, right?
Settle down. That doesn't help.
Well, I see your order's ready.
All right, again, we've got 4 on our TV pair here, so we still got a few pairs with 5 trying to finish up. So it will be a couple minutes as they finish up, and we'll get right into game 4 or game 2, however you want to look at it. Looks like we're going to have Dalton Green, possibly Aaron Carino, Brian McLeod, and Tyler Howard on our TV pair for this game.
sorry it's not.
Brian Locke is sorry that his hair doesn't look fabulous anymore. It did look fabulous. Still waiting on one pair.
Tell Taylor I'm sorry. Say Taylor, Brian, sorry.
Brian said
Taylor,
to Taylor.
No,
Brian says sorry. Sound like I was stuttering there, but they kept yelling at me. And I was stuttering. All right, here we go. Game 4. Again, we're going to cut the boys and girls in half again after this game. Cut them in half, and we'll take the top 2 from the losers bracket. So Brian McLeod starts off with a strike. Aaron Carino starts off with a Brooklyn strike. Dalton Green steps up for his first shot on lane 27. He pulls it, goes for the nose, only leaves a 3-pin though. Nothing to be mad about there, only a 3. Tyler Howard throws his first frame. And he strikes. There's a great ball. Tyler Howard said that now that he's on the TV pair again, he was going to shoot a certain score. I'm not going to say what it is. And Dalton throws at his 3-pin. He takes care of that. He spares. Aaron Carino lines up, takes his approach, and strikes. Trips out the 7 a little late. That's a double for him. And Brian McLeod pulled that new off his hand. He turned around. Leaves the 1-3-5. Dalton Green strikes in his second frame as Brian McLeod shoots at his spare. Misses the 9-pin. I don't remember what I said Brian left, but he had the 1-3-9. He hits the 1-3, misses the 9-pin. He opens in the second frame. That brings up Tyler Howard on lane 27. Very nice. Gets himself a kicker off the kickbacks. Head pin takes out the 10-pin. He points at the camera. That's an exciting shot. And Brian McLeod comes back with a strike off of that open. Aaron Carino steps up. He'll look to continue his streak. He pulls it, misses the head pin, leaves the 1-3 6-9. Nice pickup for Aaron Carino. He spares in the third, brings him to 56, possible 66 in the third frame. Nice strike for Tyler. He trips out the 10 again. He's looking good. Throwing the ball great this game. Dalton Green pulls it, hates it off his hand, leaves the 1-3. Aaron Carino goes to the nose there, only leaves the 3-10 though. Could have been much worse. Aaron Carino right now is sitting in 7th place, so he's right outside of the cut after game 4. So he's fighting to get into that winners, that top half for the winners, so he doesn't have to fight back in. As Dalton shoots at his spare, he misses that to the right. He'll open, giving him a 46 in the third frame. Nice pickup for Aaron. That can be a tough split sometimes. Brian McLeod goes to the nose, leaves the 6-pin. He seems a little dejected, but even a shot like that, only leaving the 6, you should be pretty happy. I would be. Dalton Green throws his 4th frame. He leaves the 1-2-4. As Brian McLeod takes care of his spare. Tyler Howard posing for pictures here in front of the camera. Dalton covers. And that'll bring up Tyler on 27. He's looking to get a handball here. Looks like he pulled it a little bit. Doesn't matter. Flush Brooklyn. That's a strike. He puts them all in the pit. That's a strike to be excited about. Brian McLeod also goes to Brooklyn, but he strikes. Aaron throws his shot. Misses right. Leaves the 1-2-8.
Diane, your order's ready.
Aaron throws it his spare. Looks like he missed. He did. Chops out the 2, leaves the 1 and the 8. He'll open for an N89 in the 5th frame. And Dalton Green steps up for his 5th frame shot. He misses wide right, just like Aaron, leaves the 1-2-4. Tyler Howard strikes again in the 5th frame. He's got the front 5. No stops for him. Dalton Green spares, bringing him to a 73, possible 83 in the 5th frame. As Aaron Carino misses right again, leaving the 1-2-4. Brian McLeod throws his shot. Man, so much power. It's weird to see him leave a flat 10, but that's what just happened. He left a flat 10. 6 spin just went into the gutter and did not move. Aaron Carino looks to cover, and he does. Just barely lets out a sigh of relief. He thought he had missed it. That'll bring him to 99, possible 109 in the 6th frame. Brian McLeod also covers. That brings him to 98, possible 108 in the 6th frame. As Dalton Green and Tyler Howard step up for their 6th frame shots. Dalton goes to the nose there, leaves the 6, 7, 10. Looks like he made a ball change. Tyler Howard throws his 6th frame, looks to pull it, goes for the nose, leaves the 310. He promised me a 300. Looks like he's going to fall a little bit short here. Still got a great game going, nonetheless. Dalton takes out the 610 out of that 6, 7, 10. He'll open, putting him at 89 in the 6th frame. And Tyler Howard spares. That brings him to 148, possible 158 in the 6th frame. When Brian McLeod pulls that shot, goes Brooklyn, barely touches the head pin, leaves the bucket on the opposite side. The 3, 5, 6. Nice pickup from Brian McLeod on lane 28 there. Again, if you want scores, play-by-play scores, you can go to X Bowling, look for Buffalo Lane South, and get live scores. We're looking at lanes 27 and 28 right now, and all of the kids are on lanes 13 through 32. Aaron Carino misses way right on that spare opportunity. Misses the 5-8. Oh, that is the 1-2. He'll open for a 115 in the 7th frame. Tyler Howard misses right on his 7th. Comes up very light, leaving the 2-pin. Tyler Howard covers, keeping a clean game going. As Dalton Green steps up on 27, looking to shoot at the 1, 2, 4, 10. And Dalton Green takes out the 1, 2, 4, misses the 10 though. He'll open for a 98 in the 7th frame as Aaron Carino leaves the Greek Church. A very tough split. Brian McLeod throws his shot, looks to pull it, goes for the nose. Gets a little lucky though, only leaves the 6-10. Aaron Carino had a shot at the Greek Church there. That is a tough split to pick up. He took out the 4, 6, 10. The 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. He'll open though for a 123 in the 8th. As Brian McLeod also opens for a 131 in the 8th. That'll bring Tyler Howard up on 27, and Dalton Green up on 28. Dalton Green hits very light there, leaving the 5-7. Usually when you leave the 5-pin as a righty or a lefty, it just means the ball never reacted. Either you threw it too fast or just missed. The ball deflects, doesn't go through the pocket. As Tyler Howard leaves the 3, 4, 6, 7. Dalton misses that for another open, bringing him to 107 in the 8th frame. Tyler Howard shoots at it, just misses the 3-pin. So he'll open. That brings him to 180 in the 8th. Still got a great game going. Brian McLeod strikes. He looked to make a ball change there. Gets a big strike. Shakes his head. It's a strike. I'm not sure why he's shaking his head. Aaron Carino comes up light on that one. He was part of the bucket of that 2, 4, 5. Aaron fires at that spare. Looked to fall over a little bit. He knew he missed it off his hand. He opens for a 130 in the 9th. As Tyler mixes him up, trips the 4 for a strike in the 9th. Again, if you want live scores, I know I just mentioned this, but go to X Bowling, search Buffalo Lane South, and you can see the scores a lot better than I can tell you. As Dalton Green comes up light again, leaving the 5-7. Looks like he's getting a little heavy on the speed. Aaron Carino goes to the nose for his first ball in the 10th. Leaves the 6-10. And Dalton opens in his 9th frame. Aaron Carino spares, and he'll have a field ball here. He's at 140 now, can strike for a 150. Brian McLeod revs it up, goes for the nose. Looks like he's just trying to get as much power on the ball as he can right now. Leaves the 6-10. Aaron strikes on his field ball. He finishes with a 150 for game 4. Again, after this game, we're going to cut the fields in half again and also take the top 2 from the previous losers bracket. Brian McLeod spares, bringing him to 161. He can strike here for a 171. Ryan Riggs just handed in his paper. It looks like he ate the corner of it. And Brian McLeod strikes. Brings him to 171 for game 4. And Dalton looks to cover up his spare in the 10th frame. He does not cover. That's going to bring him to 125 for game 4. As Tyler Howard throws his first in the 10th. Looks, shouldn't have said. I was going to say looks good. But he comes up very light, washes out. Leaves a very tough split, the 2-8-10. In my opinion, it's a tougher split than the 7-10, but that's just my opinion. Tyler takes out the 2-8. Finishes for a 2-08. Still a good game. Nothing to be mad about, nothing to hang your head about. Looks like the quality went down there for a second. Not in bowling, sorry. Should have specified the quality in video. Hopefully it picks back up here in a second.
It's out of the track. Right here.
Don't forget I need your sheets.
We've still got several lanes with 5 on the pair finishing up. And once they finish up, we'll have to tally some scores because we have to cut the fields again. So it will be a few minutes before we get started again. I am going to take another break because it's going to be about 15 minutes before we get going again. So I'll be back in about 15 minutes. You can watch if you'd like. Take a potty break, whatever you'd like to do. Okay, we are back. Starting into game 5. So again, after game 4, we took the top half from the winners bracket and took the top 2 from the losers bracket, giving us in the girls a top 6, in the boys top 8. So for the girls, right now in first place is Corey Smith at minus 39. Second place, Kaylee Bass at minus 59. Third place, Hannah Williams at minus 85. Fourth place, Evie Loop at minus 86. Fifth place is Isabel Hughes at minus 92. And in sixth place is Emma Stoll at minus 121. And right below them in the hunt are Kendall Bigley, followed by Nicole Tuzlin and Taylor McDaniel, Cheyenne Rogers. Fifth place, Samantha Tuzlin. Then Alyssa Paul, Alyssa Gunther, and then Grace Stoll. For our boys, our top 8 right now. In first place is Philip Boynton at 14, plus 14. Second place, Nolan Hughes at plus 9. Third place, Tyler Howard at minus 8. Fourth place, Zach Sharp at minus 22. Fifth place, Brian Locke, minus 25. Sixth place, Sean Carson at minus 38. Seventh place is Ryan Riggs at plus 6. And in eighth is Adam Galt at minus 28. Now, the reason those guys are a little bit higher than some of the others, but in seventh and eighth, is because they jumped up from the losers bracket. So that puts them at seventh and eighth. And right now in the hunt, right below them is Nick Cinzaprano, followed by Blake Buffalo, then Brian McLeod, followed by Aaron Carino, then Dalton Green, Nick Penny, then J.C. Gunther, then Cody McDaniel, Joseph Romano, Brian Levine, KJ Moore, Corey Curran, and then rounding them out is Matthew Hannon. So we drop pins again. We bowl 2 more games here. And after these 2 games, we're going to take the top 3 boys, top 3 girls, and then the top boy and girl from the losers bracket will jump into our top 4. With those 4, we will do a step ladder finals. The number 1 seed has to be beaten twice. So we'll do a step ladder, and then the final match, if the top seed loses in that match, they will bowl another game. So as the top seed, you will have to lose twice in the step ladder finals. Gives you a little extra incentive to want to be the top seed. So right here in front of us, we've got Aaron Carino, Blake Buffalo, who just spared for a strike spare, Brian McLeod, and Dalton Green. Again, we're going to bowl 2 more games, and then we're going to cut the fields in half again. Brian McLeod goes high strike. He started strike, open, strike. Dalton Green goes pocket, a little light, leaves the 5-pin as Aaron Carino steps up for his 4th frame. Boom, nice strike for Aaron Carino there. He had opened his first 3, but gets a nice strike there, trying to get a rhythm going. Well, Dalton Green throws at his 5-pin, takes care of that. So the bowlers we've got right here in front of us are in the losers bracket, and starting with Blake Buffalo being in 2nd, Brian McLeod in 3rd, Aaron Carino in 4th, and Dalton Green in 5th. Now, while in the losers bracket, they're not totally out of it. After these 2 games, we're going to take the top person in the losers bracket, along with the top 3 in the winners bracket, to our stepladder finals. So with these guys being so close to the top of the losers bracket, all they have to do is beat out all the other losers bracket bowlers for these 2 games, and they'll be in the stepladder finals. And Dalton Green strikes there as Blake Buffalo steps up for his 2-4-5-7 spare. He gets that, bringing him to a 72, possible 82 in the 4th frame. Big strike for Brian McLeod. He steps back, pumps the fist. He liked that one. That's a double for Brian. Blake Buffalo steps up for his 5th frame on 27. Blake Buffalo playing really deep. He pulls that one. Goes Brooklyn, leaves the 3-9. Aaron Carino crosses over. He leaves the 1-3. Blake misses that spare. That's tough. Aaron Carino shoots at his 1-3. He misses right. Takes out the 3, but doesn't get the head pin. He's going to open in the 5th frame, bringing him to a 53 in the 5th. As Brian McLeod powers his ball down there, goes through the nose, leaves a tough split, the 6-7-10. Dalton Green misses right there, leaves the 1-2-4. Brian McLeod takes out the 10 pin, and that's 6-7-10 split. He's going to have an 81 in the 5th frame. Dalton Green takes care of his spare, bringing him to 79, possible 89 in the 5th. Aaron Carino crosses over, goes Brooklyn. Looked like the 5 was going to fall. He tripped the 10, but still leaves the 5 pin. Big strike for Blake Buffalo in the 6th. Aaron takes care of his 5 pin. Almost missed it to the right, but picked up a little friction, took care of that. Brian McLeod throws his ball in the 6th frame. Hits light, trips out a couple pins, still leaves the 4. Dalton strikes there, trips out the 10. Big frame for him as Brian McLeod powers his ball down there, take care of that 4-pin. Aaron Carino strikes in the 7th. That'll bring him to an 83, possible 103 in the 7th frame. Blake Buffalo still playing pretty deep, comes up high there, leaves the 6-10. Dalton Green lines up. He likes it. Trips the 4 forward. Gets him a double. Blake Buffalo chops his spare. Takes out the 10, misses the 6. He'll have a 116 in the 7th. Blake crosses over, almost strikes. 9-pin looked like he wanted to fall, got about halfway, did not fall though. Brian McLeod takes care of that 5, bringing him to 110, possible 120 in the 7th frame. Blake Buffalo misses another spare. He's at 125 in the 8th.
Lane available for Mike. We have a lane available for Mike.
Aaron Carino pulls that one, goes Brooklyn, leaves the 5-10. That is a tough split as Brian McLeod throws on 28. He pulls his 2, goes for the nose, trips the 3-pin, almost tripped the 6, but still has the 6 to shoot at. Brian McLeod spares up. Aaron Carino goes to shoot at his 5-10 here. Oh! Looked like he was going to get it, but the ball just overreacted. Just missed the side of the 5-pin. Nice strike for Dalton Green. That's a turkey. Oh, Aaron Carino hits pocket, but comes in a little flat. Looked like he was going to leave the 8-10, but trips the 10, leaving the 8-pin. as Blake Buffalo goes to the nose, leaving the 3. Mandy Savage is one of our laziest employees. Blake Buffalo spares up in his 9th frame, bringing him to 135, possible 145 in the 9th. Brian McLeod goes for his 9th frame shot. And he looks like he is just revving it up, hoping to hit the pocket at this point, which he did. And he strikes. Aaron Carino strikes for his first ball in the 10th. As Blake Buffalo leaves a 9 pin for his first in the 10th. Aaron comes up to the right on 27, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 10. Blake Buffalo misses another single pin. He struggled with spares that game. He finishes with a 153. Brian McLeod revs it up, goes across, trips out the 6, and strikes. That's a double as Aaron Carino misses his spare. And he'll finish with a 135 in Game 5. I take back what I said. Mandy's not lazy. She's a good employee. Brian McLeod misses right on that one. Leaves the 1, 2, 8, 10. Dalton Green throws his first in the 10th. He misses right, leaves the 1, 2, 4. Still got a good game going. Brian McLeod spares it. The head pin actually went behind the 10 and fell forward into the 10. He'll finish with a 185 in Game 5. Dalton spares. He'll have a fill ball here in the 10th frame. He's at a 206, can strike for a 216. Dalton misses right again, leaves the same thing, but trips out the 2-4, leaving the head pin So that's a 9 count, good for a 215 for game 5, which is huge because he is in the losers bracket. The top bowler in the losers bracket will move up for the step ladders finals. Not quite sure why the quality keeps going down on the stream. I'll see what I can do to fix it.
Lane available for Aubrey. We have a lane available for Aubrey.
All right, so that does it for game 5. We're still, as we have all the other games, waiting for a few other pairs with 5 people on a pair to finish up. Looks like they're, well, we've actually got one still in their 8th frame. So it'll be a couple minutes before we get into game 6. So I'll try to explain this format again. So we're bowling 6 games. We're on our 6th. We're actually about to go into our 6th, finishing up our 5th. After the first 2 games, we cut the boys and girls in half. I don't mean actually cut them in half. We just cut the fields in half. So we cut them in half into a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. After those 2 games, we dropped the pins, and they bowled 2 more games. After those 2 games, we cut the winner's bracket in half again and took the top 2 bowlers from the loser's bracket and moved them up into the winner's bracket, leaving us with 8 boys and 6 girls. Now, after these 2 games, we will take the top 3 boys, top 3 girls from the winner's bracket, and take the top boy and girl from the loser's bracket for a top 4 stepladder finals. And then the stepladder finals will basically work the same, except the final match, if the number 1 seed loses the first game, they will bowl another game. Gives you a little incentive to get that top seed, because you can actually lose your match in the stepladder and have another match to win. So down in the U12, we had 6 bowlers. After 4 games, we cut them in half. So the winner's bracket, loser's bracket, 3 and 3. And then they bowled 2 more games. And we took the top 3. Am I saying that right? I'm trying to think if I'm saying that right. Yeah, we take the top 3 and then the top bowler in the loser's bracket for a stepladders finals. I feel like I said that right. The boys and girls I said correctly. U12, a little iffy on. Again, also, this is our last junior gold tournament before we go to nationals in July. We'll have some practices before then, of course. But this is our last Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Tournament before we go to nationals in July. So it's a couple bowlers last Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Tournament. One of those is right in front of me, Nixon Zaprano. It's his last Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Tournament. He'll be aged out after this. Not exactly who else. I think Corey Smith might be another one. Evie Loop and Tiffany Stansel, I believe. I could be wrong on that, but I feel like those are the ones. looks like we're going to have Sean Carson, who we haven't had today, Adam Galt, again, who we haven't had today. On our TV pair, Nixon Zaprano, who we had game 1. And I'm not quite sure who else. Possibly Ryan Riggs. Yep, we're going to have Ryan Riggs. Andrew would be happy about that. All right, here we go. Game 6, our last game before we go into the finals. Sean Carson throws his first trim, crosses over, leaves the 1-3-9. Adam Galt. He goes to the nose, trips the 6, leaves the 10 pin. Adam Galt spares up in his first frame. Ryan Riggs steps up on 28. He strikes. That looks real good. Nixon Zaprano steps up on lane 27. Looking to destroy some pins. And he goes through the nose, leaves the 4 pin. Adam Galt crosses over, goes Brooklyn, leaves the 9. Nixon Zaprano will step up and shoot at his 4. And no problem for him. Adam Galt misses his spare to the right. Oh, Ryan Riggs will actually age out too. This is Ryan Riggs' final Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Tournament. Again, other than Nationals. In Indianapolis this year. Have quite a few kids aging out this year. Sean Carson goes Brooklyn, trips the 10. That's a strike for him. Zaprano explodes the pocket on that one, but leaves a 10 pin. Ryan Riggs goes for the nose, leaves the 6-10. Senzo spares up. He starts off with 9 spare, 9 spare. Ryan also spares up. Starting his game with strike, 8 spare. Sean Carson comes up. Looking to double up on strikes. Sean Carson crosses over again, trips out the 6. He smiles as he comes back. It's another Brooklyn strike. The strike is a strike as Adam Galt crushes the pocket. And he also strikes. Ryan Riggs goes through the nose again. Almost left the 6, 7, 10. He throws his hands down. Sino he got away with one. Only leaves the 6, 10. And Senzo leaves the 3, 5, 6. Riggs spares up. That'll put him at 48, possible 58 in the 3rd frame. And again, if you want live scores, you can go to xbowling.com or download the Xbowling app. Search Buffalo Lane South, and you can get live scores. We're looking at 27 and 28 right now. And our kids go from 13 to 32. Big strike for Adam Galt. That's a double. Sean Carson lines up. Looks to pull it again. Goes Brooklyn. That's another Brooklyn strike. He puts his hand in his face, but I wouldn't change a thing. Strikes are strikes.
Switch to lefties.
Senzo fires this ball down there. Trips the 8 for a strike. Ryan Riggs throws his on 27, comes up light, leaves the 2-pin. He's playing really deep. Looks like he changed balls on that one too. Trying to get a little bit better reaction. Also, they weren't told what pattern they're on. I wasn't told either. But from what I can tell, I'm pretty sure it's the USBC Nationals pattern. I'm not sure if it's team or singles, but Melissa did say that they had never bowled in this pattern before. And I'm judging by the out of bounds and how flat it looks, I'm almost positive it's the Nationals pattern, which is a very tough pattern. As Sean Carson comes up light that time, leaving the 2-pin. Adam Galt throws his ball. He goes through the nose, leaves the 3, 6, 9, 10. Sean spares up. That puts Sean Carson at 109, possible 119 in the 5th frame. Here comes Adam, looking to spare up. He does. Adam Galt's got an 84, possible 94 in the 5th. Ryan Riggs throws his shot on 28. He pulled it. He stomped his foot. He knew he did, but goes Brooklyn, trips 10 for strike. Senzo goes light pocket. Had the 5-10 stand and trips the 5. Still got the 10 to shoot at. Adam fires his ball down the lane. Comes up to the right of the pocket, leaving the 1-2-8. As Senzo misses his 10 pin, just barely. Adam misses his spare. He'll open. Sean Carson throws his ball on 27. He comes up light there. Leaves the 2 again. He goes from Brooklyn strikes, 3 Brooklyn strikes in a row to 2 light 2 pins. Nick Senzafrano pulls that one. Goes Brooklyn, leads the 5 pin. As Sean covers his spare on 27, putting him at 128, possible 138 in the 6th. Senzo misses his 5 pin. He's going to open for 93 in the 6th. Ryan Riggs goes Brooklyn, leaving the 10 pin that time. Tripped out the 6. Riggs spares up. That'll bring him to 107, possible 117 in the 6th. As Sean Carson throws his 7th frame shot. Strikes. That looked good. Finally doesn't get a light hit. Galt comes up to the right of the pocket, leaving the 1-2-4-8. And Adam Galt misses his spare to the right. That's an open for him. And here comes Ryan Riggs, looking to keep this game going. He got way right on that one. Almost tripped the 3 out. Leaves the 1-2-3. I mean 1-2-4. Almost tripped the 4 out. Ryan Riggs covers, bringing him to a 124, possible 134 in the 7th. Adam Gall misses right on that one. Only takes out the 6-9-10. And Sean Carson steps up, looking to get a double. Sean Carson comes up light again, leaving the 2. And Adam Galt hits his spare shot a little light, leaves the 2-4. That'll be another open for him. Looks like Senzo's done. He tore up his thumb pretty bad. He's going to be bowing out here, so we'll only have 3 bowlers on our TV pair, so we'll get done pretty quickly. Carson spares. Brings him to 168, possible 178 in the 8th. As Ryan Riggs steps up for his 8th frame shot. Ryan Riggs strikes. High flush. Everything goes down. That's a strike for Ryan. Adam Gall misses right again, leaving the 1-2-7. Carson throws his 9th frame shot. Oh, he got that way right. Missed the pocket. Leaves the 1-2-4. Adam Galt covers his spare in the 9th. He'll have a 122, possible 132 in the 9th frame. Carson looking to cover in the 9th. He does. He's got a great game going. Ryan Riggs pulls that one, goes Brooklyn, leaves the 5-9. May have had a slide issue there. Riggs covers. That'll bring him to 164, possible 174 in the 9th frame as Carson steps up for his 10th frame shot. Carson strikes for his first ball in the 10th. He's at 205, can strike out for 225. Adam Galt misses right. Trips out the 1-2, though. Only leaves the 8. Another big strike for Sean. He's at 215. One more strike, put him at 225 this game. As Adam Galt spares up for a 141, he'll have a fill ball here. He can strike for a 151. Adam Galt goes to the nose there, 8 counts. He'll finish with a 149 in game 6. Sean tries to strike out here in the 10th, and he does. Perfect. He strikes out for 225 in game 6, which might be enough to keep him in the top half. I'm not real sure. I don't have any scores from game 5 other than what we saw right here in front of us. Ryan Riggs steps up, throws his 10th frame, comes in light, leaves a tough split, the 210. It's makeable, but definitely a tough split. Oh, almost had it. Slid the 2 in front of the 10. The head of the 2 pin hit the 10, shook it, but couldn't knock it over. He'll finish with a 181 in game 6. So right here in front of us, Sean Carson finished with 225. Ryan Riggs finished with 181. Sorry, I lost train of thought there. Adam Galt finished with 149, and Nick Senzaprano dropped out in the 6th frame. He had torn up his thumb pretty bad, and he really had no chance, so he dropped out. He finished just with a 94 in game 6. So our TV pair finished up pretty quick. Again, as we have all day, we have a few more pairs finishing up. As soon as they finish up, I'll let you know who we're going to have in our stepladder finals. Our U12, I believe, are finishing up their stepladder finals, or they may have already finished. I'm not quite sure. But we will have our boys and girls stepladder finals right here in front of us. We will be back in about 10 to 15 minutes with our stepladder finals. I'll let you know scores as soon as I have them. I'll be right back. All right, here we go into our step ladder finals. Let me give you who we're going to have for our boys and girls in the step ladder finals. Down in the U12, we've got Isabella Romano versus Kelsey Cummings for the championship. I'm not exactly sure who's winning that match right now, but for our girls, in fourth place was Cheyenne Rogers. She's bowling against third place Hannah Williams right now. The winner of that match will face Isabel Hughes. And the winner of that match will face Corey Smith. Now, for that final match, Corey Smith has to be beaten twice to lose. Now, she can win her match and win, but whomever she's bowling against beats her. If they beat her, they have to bowl another game to win. For our boys, in fourth place, we have Dalton Green facing Sean Carson. The winner of that match is going to face Zach Sharp. And the winner of that match faces Brian Locke. We will have full standings online after the tournament. But just to give you some of the ones that just missed out, for the boys, in fifth place was Ryan Riggs. Just missing out. In sixth was Philip Boynton. Seventh were Adam Galt and Nolan Hughes. For the girls, the ones that just missed out, fifth place was Kaylee Bass. Sixth place, Emma Stoll. Seventh place, Evie Loop. And in eighth was Kendall Bigley. All right, we've already got started in our match here. Looks like Sean started first, so he will finish last. Dalton Green starts off with a strike, and he's going to step up for his second frame. I'm actually going to move the camera a little bit so we can see the girls as well. Dalton Green leaves a 10-pin in his second frame as Cheyenne left the 4-7 over on 25. Dalton goes to throw at his 10. And call a little bit of friction and missed the 10. So he opens this in his second frame. Cheyenne closes her second frame. And Cheyenne started over on 25 and 26, so she will finish last. And Cheyenne comes up to the left of the head pin on that, leaving the 1-3-9 as Sean throws his second frame, pulls it a tad, trips the 3, leaves the 10 pin. Cheyenne covers. That'll bring her to 45, possible 55 in the third frame. So down in the U12, Isabella Romano beats Kelsey Cummins 170-125. Kelsey Cummins was the top seed, so they will bowl one more game. So whoever wins this game will be the champion down in the U12. Hannah Williams strikes in her third, giving her a double. Sean covered his spare. He steps up for his third frame on lane 27. Good ball for Sean. Hits light, mixes him up for a strike in the third frame. Hannah throws her fourth frame shot. Strikes, trips the 7 late. Dalton Green steps up on 28 for his third frame. Cheyenne comes up left, leaving the 1-3-9-10. Dalton leaves the 3-pin over on 28. Cheyenne shoots a hair spare. She misses everything. She'll open for 57 in the fourth. Dalton misses another single pin, opening for a 37 in the third. As Cheyenne strikes, trying to get back in this game over on 26. Hannah steps up on 25. She pulled that one quite a bit, leaves the 1-8. Interesting leave. You don't see the 1-8 very often. Dalton throws his shot, comes up high, gets lucky though, only leaves the 4-7. Hannah just misses the head pin on that spare shot. Takes out the 8. So she'll open, giving her a 95 in the fifth frame. Dalton misses another spare, just overhooks it, taking out the 7. And throws her 6 frame. Goes for the nose, leaves a 6-pin. Sean throws his. He goes a little high, leaves a 4. Hannah with the spare shot. She pulls it. She knew it. Stomps her foot right off her hand. That's an open for her in the 6th frame, bringing her to 104 in the 6th. Sean covers. He'll step over to 27 for his 5th frame. Cheyenne strikes, mixes them up. That's a double for her as she goes into the 7th frame. Sean pulls that one a lot, leaves the 1-3. Cheyenne pulls that one, leaves the 4-pin. Sean covers, brings up to 87, possible 97 in the 5th. Cheyenne misses her spare. She opens for a 114 in the 7th. I do want to point out that our last Junior Gold tournament, the finals was 2 lefties. 2 lefties won. And the girls today, we have 2 lefties in the bottom of the stepladder finals here. Dalton comes up to the right, leaving the 1-2. And Hannah crosses over. leaving the 4-7. Hannah misses her spare. She opens. This is a tight match. It puts her at 112 in the 7th to Cheyenne's 114. So the 2 pins, and they're both coming off opens. Dalton spares up. He steps over to 27 for his 6th frame. Hannah throws her 8th frame. She goes Brooklyn strike, trips out the 5. Cheyenne leaves a 7 pin. Dalton left the 2-8. He'll step up and try to take care of that spare. And Cheyenne misses that spare. Dalton spares up. Big strike for Cheyenne. She really needed that one. If Hannah Williams can finish strong here, she could really put the pressure on Cheyenne for her 10th frame. Sean throws his 6th frame. Looks good. Trips out the 10 for a nice strike. And he'll step over to 27 for his 7th. It's Hannah. Goes very high, but still strikes. Trips out the 10. And she'll go into the 10th frame coming off a double. Also looks like Isabella Romano and Kelsey Cummings are pretty close. They're in their 4th frame on 15-16. Sean pulls that one really bad, leaves the 1-3-8-10. It's going to be a tough spare to pick up. As Hannah crosses over again, but way over there. She leaves the 1-2-7-9. Oh, Sean just misses his spare. Takes out the 1-3-8, but couldn't get the 10. And Hannah misses hers as well. That's an open for her, putting her on 166 for her finish. Cheyenne can beat her, but she has to strike on her first ball. Oh, she hits the pocket, but could not take the 10 pin out. Dalton goes for the nose, leaving the 6-10. Cheyenne covers. Best Cheyenne can do is 163. So Hannah Williams will win that first match. She'll go on to face Isabel Hughes. As Dalton opens. Moving over to lane 27 for his 8th frame. Cheyenne Rogers finishes with a 160. So again, Hannah Williams beats Cheyenne Rogers 166 to 160. And Dalton throws a nice strike there. He desperately needed that to stay in this match. That's going to put him at 101, possible 121. Sean steps up for his 8th. He could really put a lot of pressure on with a strike, but he pulls it, leaves the 1-3. Isabella Romano and Kelsey Cummings are going into their 6th frame. Kelsey's leading Isabella 76 to 73. They're both coming off opens, so no bonus pins in the 6th frame. 3 pin difference between them. Hannah Williams and Isabel Hughes go right into their next game. Hannah Williams starts off with a strike as Sean misses his spare over on 28. Isabel answers right back with a strike in her first frame as Dalton comes up light, leaving part of the bucket in the 2-4-5. Isabel crosses over. She leaves the 3-6-10. Isabel spares up in her second frame. So a little bit of confusion right here in front of us. Sean forgot to throw his second shot, his last turn up. So he'll throw that, and then Dalton will finish first. And Sean goes high, trips out the 7-10 for a strike in the ninth. And that'll bring Dalton up on lane 27. Hannah's coming off a double, throwing her third frame. She crosses over, leaves the 5-8. And he goes for the nose, leaves the 3-6-10. As Hannah shoots at her 5-8. She takes care of that. That'll bring Isabel up on 25. Still a close match between Isabella Romano and Kelsey Cummings, down on 15-16. And Dalton Green picks that up. He'll have one more ball here in the 10th. He can strike out for 148. Isabel goes Brooklyn, leaves the 5-pin in frame 3. Dalton throws a good shot there, strikes for his field ball, finishes with a 148. So right now, Sean Carson has a 143, possible 163. Really, all he needs to do is get some pins. He has to get 6 pins between these two balls. And he goes Brooklyn. It's a strike, though. So that match is over. And Sean Carson moves on. He beats Dalton Green. Not sure what the final is yet, but he'll go on to face Zach Sharp in the next match. Sean crosses over, leaves the 3-9. Doesn't matter. He's already won. As Isabel Hughes strikes in her 4th frame. And Sean dumps that in the gutter. He'll finish with a 189. Oh, 179. Math is tough. So again, Sean Carson beats Dalton Green 179 to 148. Sean Carson will go on to face Zach Sharp. Hannah opens there, misses the 3, hits the 1. She opens for a 75 in the 4th. So in the 8th frame between Isabella Romano and Kelsey Cummins, they are tied at 107. Hannah Williams hits the pocket bit, leaves a ringing 7. As Sean starts off his match with Zach with a strike. I fumbled through that. Hannah Williams takes care of that spare, bringing Isabel Hughes up over on 25 as Zach crosses over. Those Brooklyn leaves a 6-pin. Big strike for Isabel Hughes. That's a double. Zach Sharp covers. He'll move over to the lane 28 for his 2nd frame. Zach goes to the nose on that one, leaves a tough split, the 6-7. Isabel goes to the nose on that one, leaves the 6-7-10. Oh, Zach Sharp had a run at it. Couldn't get it though. He opens in his second frame. Sean is on fire. There's a great shot there. He starts off with a double. Hannah Williams comes up light there, leaves a 5-pin. Big strike for Sean Carson. Buries it. Starts off with a turkey. As Hannah just barely takes out the 5-pin. That's a spare for her. She'll have a 104, possible 114 in the sixth. To Isabel's 114 in the sixth. As Zach goes a little high, leaves the 3-6-10. Hannah comes up really light there. Leaves a weird leave. She left the entire back row. No, she didn't. What is that? She left 3, 5, 6, 7, 10. Hannah opens in her seventh frame as Zach comes up light, leaves the 2-4-5. So Isabella Romano finished her game with a 144. Kelsey Cummings, 8 counts for her first ball in the 10th. She was coming off a 115. So that does it. Isabella Romano has won the U12. The best Kelsey Cummings can do is a 135. Isabel Hughes crosses over, leaves the 6-pin as Zach Sharp spares up in the 4th frame. Isabel Hughes spares up. As Sean throws a ham ball to start off his game. And again, Isabella Romano wins her match, 144 to Kelsey Cummings, 123. So Isabella Romano again is your champion in the first ever Players Championship in the U12. As Isabel pulls hers, goes Brooklyn, but they all go down. That's a strike for Isabel. Big strike for Sean Carson. He is crushing it. Hannah Williams misses left. She opens in the 8th. That's going to put her at 125 in the 8th. Wow, Hannah Williams hits the pocket but leaves the 7-9. And Sean Carson moves over to 27 for his 6th frame. Oh, crushed the pocket, but ball couldn't continue. Leaves an 8-pin. That's tough. Isabel Hughes comes up light there, leaves the 2-8. Sean covers.
Thank you.
Sean misses right on that one, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 6, 10.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, I'm shaking in my football.
Nice. Sean picks it up. Isabel Hughes gets a light hit there, leaves the 8-pin for her first ball in the 10th. And that's going to do it. Hannah Williams can strike out for 163. Isabel Hughes already has a 181 as Zach Sharp doubles. Isabel Hughes covers. She's at 183. She can strike one more time for a 193. So Isabel Hughes will go on to face Corey Smith in the championship match. Now, Corey being the number 1 seed, she has to be beat twice. So if Isabel beats her the first game, they'll bowl one more game. And Zach leaves the 4-7 in his 8th frame. And he was coming after a turkey. Isabel finishes with a 192. As Zach misses his spare, he has a 141 in the 8th. Hannah misses her spare. She'll finish with a 141. So Isabel Hughes wins. 192 to Hannah Williams, 141. She will face Corey Smith in this final match. As Sean Carson goes for the nose, trips the 10, still has the 6 to shoot at in the 8th frame. Sean covers that up, giving him a 183, possible 193 in the 8th frame. Isabel pulls that one, trips a couple pins, leaves the 6 for her first ball in the 10th frame. Excuse me, the first frame. And Sean shoots to his spare. He covers that, giving him a 201, possible 211 in the night. The best Zach can do if he strikes out is a 201. So at the very least, they will tie. Basically, Sean has to get 1 pin on his next ball when he's up. Zach strikes there. Corey strikes in her first frame. As Zach strikes again for his first ball in the 10th. Another strike for Corey. She trips the 7. She starts out with a double as Zach Sharp misses right. So it is over. Sean Carson will win his match. He'll go on to face Brian Locke. Isabella Romano strikes on her second frame. Isabel strikes again, giving her a double going into the 4th frame. Sean Carson strikes for his first ball in the 10th. Corey misses way right on that, leaves the 1-2. Another strike for Sean.
Oh God. Aren't you about to look? Are you gonna have an anxiety attack? Just right here. Yeah. He's like, look at all of them.
Sean finishes it out, striking out for a 241. So Sean beats Zach Sharp 241 to 187. He will face Brian Locke in the championship match. As Corey goes a little high, had the 4-6, but trips the 6, leaving only the 4. Corey spares up. And Sean will start off this championship match on lane 27. He starts off with a high pocket hit, leaves the 9-pin. As Isabel Hughes throws her 4th frame. And she comes up light, leaving the 2-pin. Had the 2-4, but 4-pin fell forward.
But at the same time, the first 4 games. Was there Oh, you did.
Isabel covers, and she'll move over to lane 26 for her 5th frame shot as Brian Locke, our only 2-hander in our championship round, steps up on 28. He comes up a little high, leaves the 4-pin. Isabel Hughes comes up really light there, almost had the bucket. Trips the 4, but still leaves the 2-5. Brian throws his ball, picks up his spare as Isabel goes for his spare. Isabel goes for her spare, and she takes care of that, bringing Corey Smith up for her 5th frame on lane 25. Corey goes to the nose, leaves the 9-pin. Brian revs his ball up, mixes them up, and gets a strike on 27. Montel is in the building. I was going to say, just give me scores for those. I'll just get them later. Sean Carson opens up his 2nd frame with a strike. Corey Smith opens, giving her a 95 in the 5th. She throws her 6 frames. Looks like she pulls it a little bit again. Leaves the exact same thing right through the nose, 9-pin. Oh, Sean almost puts it in the gutter. But by some sort of miracle, it stays on the lane. He leaves the 1-2. Corey throws at her 9-pin. Almost missed it again. She covers, though. Sean almost puts it in the gutter again. Hits the 1, misses the 2. He'll open in the third for a 48. Isabel Hughes leaves the 1-2-8-10 over on 25. Oh, wow. Somehow Isabel does not pick that up. She had the 1-2-8-10. She hit it right. The 2-pin hit the kickback and went directly in front of the 10. But she bounces back with a nice strike, tripping out the 7 late, giving her a 122 in the 7th with possible 142. When Brian covers his spare, he'll come up on lane 27 for his 4th frame. Big strike for Corey in the 7th frame. Brian definitely pulled that one. Trips out the 6, but still has the 3 to shoot at. Corey got that one way right. Leaves the 1-2-4. Only 3 pins separated Isabel and Corey going into the 7th frame as Brian Locke covers his spare on 27. Corey covers that spare. Oh, Sean Carson leaves a 10 pin. Almost had a pin roll over into it. Isabel throws her 8th frame. She strikes, giving her a double. Sean takes care of that 10 pin, giving him a 58, possible 68 in the 4th. Isabel steps over for her 9th frame shot on 26. She could really put the pressure on Corey with a strike. And she misses way right, leaves the 1-2-4-7. Carson goes to Brooklyn there for a strike. Isabel shoots at her 1-2-4-7. Takes care of it. So she spares the 9th, giving her a 168, possible 178. Corey will step up for her 9th and 10th frame. It looks like Brian pulled it again. Goes for the nose, leaves the 6-10. As Corey throws her 9th frame, she goes to the nose, leaving the 3-6-10. And now again, even if Brian or Corey lose this match, as the number 1 seeds, they have to be beaten twice. So if either one of them lose, we will have one more match to determine the champion. Brian covers, and Corey covers, and she'll step over to 26 for her 10th frame. That gives Corey a 162, possible 172 going into the 10th. Isabel has a 6-pin lead on Corey right now. So only a 6-pin lead. Corey could do some damage here in the 10th frame, put a lot of pressure on Isabel. That looks like a good shot for Brian. High, goes a little high, trips the 4. He's pulled his last 3 shots. Good shot from Corey, trips the 7 late for a strike in the 10th frame. So with that 1 strike, that puts a lot of pressure on Isabel. If she at least marks one more time, Isabel could still strike out and beat her, even if Corey strikes out, but that's a lot of pressure. Sorry. Big strike from Sean. He doubles up. Corey definitely missed that right. Leaves the 1-2-8, tripped out the 4 a little late. That looks like a good ball from Sean. He strikes. That's a turkey for Sean. When he's on, he is on. I don't know what that means, but it sounded good. And Corey throws at her spare. She takes care of it. She finishes with a 192. Isabel can strike out here for a 208. She needs at least 1 strike. Brian pulls it again, goes for the nose. Leaves the 3-6-10. Isabel leaves a flat 10. Now she doesn't need a strike. She definitely needs a spare. And count. She covers. Isabel will need to take care of 6 pins here to beat Corey and force another match. This is where you pull the spare ball out and throw it as hard as you can right down the middle. She Brooklyn strikes. She'll win that match. 197 to 192. That's going to force a game 2. Isabel Hughes versus Corey Smith. As Brian Locke leaves the 1-2-4-10 on lane 27. Brian steps up to shoot at his 1-2, 4-10. Looks, ball just had a little bit too much in it. Misses the head pin and the 10 pin. So he'll open for a 133 here in the 8th. Isabel starts us off with a strike. Oh, got that one a little wide. Leaves the 2-10. It's a tough split. Flat 10 for Corey to start off her second game. She's throwing at an odd angle. She's not hitting the pocket at a good angle. Nice pickup from Sean. Picks up the 2-10. He's in it to win it.
That's gonna be your punishment, right there 100 times.
It's 11:30 and we're still bowling. I haven't had dinner. I'm gonna have to go to McDonald's. It's the only place that's gonna be open.
Go to Denny's.
Or Waffle
Waffle
House.
House.
Sean pulls that one. He goes Brooklyn. But he strikes. That's a strike for him in the 9th frame. Putting him at 176, possible 196 in the 9th. Brian Locke's coming off an open. He's at 133 in the 8th. As Corey trips out the 7 for a nice strike. And Brian looks like he pulled it again, leaving the 3 pin. Isabel pulls hers as well. Goes Brooklyn, but it's a nice Brooklyn. Trips out the 6. She starts out with a double. Isabel goes up a little high there, trips out the 4. She starts off with a turkey. Really putting some pressure on Corey. As Brian steps up for his first ball in the 10th frame. Looks like he made a ball change, pulls it again, leaves a 6 pin. And Corey leaves a 6 pin on that shot. Brian takes care of his spare. Corey steps up in the 3rd, trying to get rid of this 6 pin. Oh, she just barely takes care of it. Brooklyn strike for Brian. He keeps pulling it, but it looks like he found a ball that's actually going to give him a Brooklyn strike when he does pull it. He is lost, though. He finishes with a 172. Sean already has a 176. So that's going to force a game 2 in this match as well, as Corey throws a nice strike over on 25. Sean, pulls that ball very bad, but comes away okay. Leaves 1-3. Isabel hits very light, leaves the 7 pin.
Hasn't got the right ball.
Michaela, your order's ready?
Sean covers. He's at 196, can strike here for a 206. Isabel takes care of her 7 pin on 26. For these 4 bowlers, this is game 10 for them. So not quite as many games as they usually bowl, but still 10 games. They've got to be feeling it. Sean leaves a 10 pin. They'll finish with a 205 as Isabel trips off the 10. She strikes in the 5th. Sean Carson beats Brian Locke 205 to 172, forcing a second game in the boys division championship. Corey steps up in the 5th.
Yeah, I need the headband.
Corey goes for the nose, leaves the 6-10. Corey Smith covers. She'll move over to lane 25 for her 6th frame. Corey Smith has got a 90, possible 100 in the 5th, to Isabel's 109, possible 129. Sean stays way out there on that one, mixes them up, only leaves an 8 pin for his first ball in this game as Corey strikes in the 6th frame. Sean covers. He starts out with a spare, bringing up Brian Locke on lane 27. Isabel threw a good ball there. A little high, trips the 4. She doubles up.
Thank you.
It's like 170.
Isabel throws another strike. She turkeys. Really forcing Corey to strike here. Big strike for Corey in the 7th. Brian Locke covers up his spare in the 1st frame. I was trying to get Blake Buffalo to say hi, but he got a little nervous. Go stand in front of the camera. Oh, wait, these are championship matches. Don't do that. Corey leaves a 2-pin on lane 25. Brian throws his second frame. And he doesn't pull it and strikes. Corey covers up, bringing Isabel up in the 8th frame. And Isabel definitely pulls that one, goes to the nose, but gets lucky. It could have been a lot worse. Leaves the 6-10. Oh, Sean pulled that one very bad. He only takes out 3 pins, leaving the 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10. Isabel covers in the 8, bringing her to 187 possible, 197 in the 8th frame. Well, Sean somehow covers that spare. 10 pin didn't look like it wanted to fall, but something knocked it over. Isabel throws another high shot, trips out the 4-7 for a strike in the 10th. That's going to put her at 207 possible, 227 in the night. And Corey pulls that one bad, leaves double wood, the 3-9. And Sean strikes in the 3rd. Corey covers. Puts her at 177, possible 187 going into the 10th frame. Now Corey can strike out for a 217, but Isabel would only have to get count, I believe, as Brian goes high, trips the 4 for a strike because he pulled it again. Corey leaves a flat 10 there. That's going to be it. Isabel's going to win that match. The best Corey can do is 206. Isabel already has a 207. So Isabel Hughes is going to be your girls champion of our first ever Players Championship. Great shot from Brian Locke there. That's going to give him a turkey in the 4th frame. And Corey does strike there for a 206. That was big from Isabel Hughes. She just kept striking, did not let up. Had to beat Corey twice, and she did it. She could throw it in the gutter twice here and would still win by 1 pin. As Sean definitely pulls that. Leaves double wood, the 3-9. Isabel goes to the nose, leaves the 3-6. Isabel goes to the nose again. Doesn't matter. She's won it. She finishes 235 to Corey's 206. She had to beat Corey twice in a row and does it. Again, Isabel Hughes is your first ever Players Championship in the girls division.
I'm out. I'm done. I'm tapping out, man. Somebody else can have it. Just realized it's Corey's very last Buffalo Lanes tournament.
Like many others that I've mentioned today, that was Corey Smith's last Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Tournament, aside from Nationals, but Buffalo Lanes doesn't sponsor Nationals. You could hear her in the background saying she was tapping out because that's her last Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Tournament as Brian Locke goes for the nose, almost leaves the Greek Church, basically leaves the Greek Church. The 4-6-7-9. If I sound like I'm slurring a little bit, it's because I'm tired. I can hear it in my earpiece. I don't mean to, but I know I'm slurring a little bit. Brian Locke goes for that. He takes out the 6-9. He opens there. He's got a 102 in the fifth to Sean Carson's 68 in the fifth. He's got a pretty good lead here, but no reason to let off the gas.
That's bedtime. Okay, though, I'm making top 16 at Nationals this year, so. Oh, I don't want to. As long as we've been bowling, take that long. I don't like it already. Let me take one. I think you need to throw it better. That's what I told myself. And it didn't work, but maybe it'll work for you. Creep.
Sean Carson steps up for his sixth frame.
Oh, I put it in my story, so.
Nice strike for him. He's trying to get back on pace. And he'll step up on He'll step up on lane 28 for his seventh frame, trying to get a double here. All right, I'm back. All right, Brian Locke steps up for his seventh frame. Looking to double up here. Did a little hop on that one. Leaves the 2-4. I'm saying I'm tired, but I know these kids are tired. It's 12 o'clock, and they're in their 10th game. It's a lot of bowling this late. He spares up in the 7th. That's going to put him at 132, possible 142, to Sean's 98, possible 108 in the 7th. So he's got a pretty good lead here, about 40 pins. But anything can happen. It is bowling. Big strike for Brian Locke. Trying to close this game out. And Sean Carson looks to pull that one. Goes Brooklyn, leaves double wood, the 3-9. Carson covers, bringing him to 116, possible 126 in the 8th, as he moves over for his 9th frame on lane 28.
It's close to not being my birthday. Come on, it's close to not being my birthday anymore.
Ninth frame shot for Carson. He comes up light. He washes out. One of the toughest splits you can leave. Tough break for him. 2-8-10. Oh, he almost picked it up. You don't see that very often. Took out the 2-8, misses the 10. He's at 132 in the 9th. All Locke needs to do is mark. That is it, and it'll be over. If he strikes, it's over. If he marks, it's pretty much over. And he leaves a 5-pin. Actually, that does it right there. Brian Locke will win. The best Sean can do is 162. Brian is at 170. He spares up. That puts him at 172. It is all over. Tough break for Sean. He bowled well all day. He was the 4th seed. Bowled his way all the way to Brian. Beat Brian once, but he goes down in the 10th and final game.
Good move.
Yeah, Brian.
Every one team had to have the extra match. Every one of them.
So again, Brian Locke's going to be the champion in the boys division of our first ever Players Championship. So our winners are Brian Locke, Isabel Hughes, and Isabella Romano.
Connor, your order's ready?
I won my first tournament. Yeah. It's still a tournament. Shut your mouth. Shut your trap hole.
Man, that's way more almost
Where else would you want to spend?
Sean Carson opens. He finishes 140. Brian Locke wins 197 to 140. Those are your champions. We are done with Buffalo Lane's Junior Gold tournaments for the year. We'll have a couple videos of practicing before we go off to Nationals, and then we will see you at Nationals in Indianapolis. It's been a pleasure. I am B Wild, and I'll see you at Nationals. Peace.